Sorry, I clicked it and didn't realize it. Guys, I found it. I found it go next to the night and day, like to switch the light and dark mode. There's a little icon there. You can see everything be black with feathers. Guys, check Goo. I'm in Goo, baby. So I'm in Goo. Let's go. Let's run it.
New message from Master. Hi, it's been 5 minutes. Uber is still showing 8 minutes. Is that true?
We're gonna take them to court, bro. Uber goes to court.
It's got mine of its own now.
Yeah. That's money. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So my
yeah, we're gonna fuck them up. breakfast. Get that. One, right? And of course, yeah. Big party today.
Morning, good morning. I've been crashing out all morning, guys. Morning. Oh, they messed up my Walmart order. All I wanted was an aux cable, and they didn't bring it. So I had to end up going to Walmart, which I was not happy about. And of course, while I'm in Walmart, I go, Wally, 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 Wally World, while I twerk down the fucking aisle. I can't help it. Every time I'm in there, I just need to sing the song and just start twerking down the aisle. I tried looking for this song the other day on YouTube, and it doesn't exist anymore. This song? No, the Wally World song. Have you ever listened to it?
So, Mr. Ghetto. You look up Mr. Ghetto Walmart song.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it and I was so depressed. Thank you, God.
Hold on, I'll put it in the chat.
It's weird. Some people have never heard the song. I'm like, you guys don't know culture if you haven't heard the song. It's like the Big Mac song. What is it again? It's the Wally World song. Sing it.
Mr. Ghetto Wally World. You don't want her to sing it because I'm going to do it justice.
Yeah, I will not, honestly. It's just basically the guy going, we're going to Walmart over and over, and then like these girls are like twerking down the aisle, going, Wally, 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 Wally World, Wally, 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 Wally World, Walmart. Yeah, it's fucking great. Oh. See?
The interior filming in Walmart, West Bank, here. The exterior is hotel. Like right across the
street. You know exactly what Walmart is.
Yeah, like that. It first got big here, and then it went national. Like he was a superstar here, bro. He was everywhere.
He should still be a superstar as a trademark song.
He was a one-hit wonder, unfortunately. Like that was the only thing he ever did that ever got any play.
He got blown up on social media. He was too early for his time. Like those things like that, it's like, damn, you were so creative, and if you were like in the peak of social media now, you'd be like popping.
What's popping up in? Is that tag? I can see the screen. That tag?
No, it's Josie. It's not Ted.
I thought it was.
Yeah, this is Josie, the other crazy girl on the internet.
Yeah, do you like Hello Kitty? You're the Hello Kitty team?
That sound like a kitty PFP. This is mine. This is really me in my picture.
All right, Walmart is cool, man. I like Walmart.
I like Walmart too. So many crazy things happen at Walmart. My ex works at Walmart, so he always has some crazy ass Walmart stories to tell me. I always feel awkward signing people's posts. I'm not happy with this weather, Valerie. I want to go back to Miami. I have not seen a blue sky since I came back. Oh, it's been foggy here. Do you get the whole gray till May, like Seattle? Yeah, basically. It's because I'm in the valley. So, like, we get this stagnant air in here. So, if there's no, like, wind pushing in from the bay, the fog just gets stuck.
That sounds like a sticky situation.
I kind of like it, but then, like, also, I want to see the sun. If that makes sense. Like, I just want to see it peeking through to know that it's there. But it's not peeking through. I don't know it's there.
It will come through. Don't worry. It takes time. It's a bit shy, the sun.
It normally isn't a problem, but since I came back from Miami, like, after a week there, and I had, like, weird and I didn't have to wear, like, bundled up clothes anymore. Now I'm back into my bundled up life. I'm like, I'm depressed. This is what summertime depression or winter depression feels like after being in nice weather. This is bullshit. Send me back. I'm not coming to terms with this weather right now.
You gotta reach an agreement.
With the weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do I reach? Who do I talk to? Who am I writing my strongly worded letter to? Let me go Karen mode on Mother Nature.
You gotta go to the sky and say, I want to talk to your boss.
I gotta learn the opposite of a rain dance. I need to learn the sun dance.
Sun dance?
Oh, wait, no, are there stuff like that? Like to make the sun come out? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but those are more indigenous, like our origin practices.
Sacrifice and stuff.
I know about the rain ones. I just didn't know if there were sun ones or not. There's something for everything.
You just gotta know where to look.
Alexa, why don't you play music? Oh, Val, did I tell you I got in trouble when I was helping at the Bearish event? No. I put penises on the table. But to be fair, I asked Tolly first, Tolly, can I do this? And Tolly said, yeah, go for it. And Tolly was fucking laughing. It was a penguin people who were like, we can't do that. We're family friendly. And I'm like, how do you guys think kids are made with penises? So therefore penises are family friendly. What the fuck? But didn't like my argument. I can see why they didn't like your argument. But the Bears team loved me. It was the penguin team. They're like, no, my penis is on
Morning.
the table.
How are you? Morning. How are you? Going to the airport?
Yeah.
Sweet. We'll be there in 10 minutes.
say.
Speakers. Keep all your speakers back.
我理解佢。
Actually, that's not weird. Important.
Here we are, gentlemen. Thank you. Choice. Good.
He says it's going to rear its head, and I think that's going to be an area that you're going to want to look at. You know, aluminum, Alcoa is far out, you know, the S&P dramatically since the April lows. And when I see things like that, you know, it certainly tells me, you know, and everyone's still focusing on, you know, tech most of all, you know, roughly, you know, slightly over 50% with media and communications in terms of weighting. I think Ed Gardini did a great job of what he's doing, and I'm seeing the same, you know, outline of what he's saying. You know, transports are picking up. You're getting rid of CDL drivers, so you're going to have some pricing pressure coming into trucking if we continue on the trajectory we're at. I don't think the consumer is super strong, but I think, you know, things were marked down to most levels that were just pricing them to go out of business, whether it was Abercrombie and Fitch, American Eagle, or across the board, Urban Outfitters, Sumis. You know, when you look at Home Depot and you see it break into an 8-year relative strength low, and everyone I know is still trying to pick the bottom of it. Like, you are doing nothing but underperforming in that name. And everything in the building industry, the exact same thing. They're going straight down relative strength lows. I'm not prepared to go pick the day of the month. Right? They're definitive downtrend since 21 relative strength. You know, you can try to pick it. I'm not going to pick it. I'll wait until the trend breaks. I'll wait until I see a lot of information. But there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, the retail. No, I'm sorry about that. I think it's a wait and see. You know, discussing the aspect of interest rate sensitive issues like the audio. I agree a lot with audio. You know, 95% of the time, it's the other 5%. You know, the interesting thing is utilities are breaking down. I don't think they have the wherewithal to supply the power to data centers. I think their max capacity is going to take a tremendous amount of capital to get them to supply the power, and that's why data centers are progressing themselves on doing turbines and everything else they can. Utilities is actually outperforming tech since January. That trend line is breaking, and you are now at almost 18-month relative strength lows in utilities at this point in time. I'm more concerned about the spend and capital equipment for the data consumer stocks, but Costco went from the best performing in relative strength until June or July. It is now one of the worst 2-year relative strength lows. It continues to absolutely evaporate its relative performance over the last 18 months. So that's what I see in a big picture. Small caps actually look like they're prepared to help. I agree with ERT on that aspect. Sorry, I'm going to compare myself to ERT. That's my, he's been around the block for a long time as I have as well. But I see some tremendous formations in a lot of the small mid-cap arena. That's it for me.
Appreciate that, Dave. Paul, any interest in getting in on this before we get the results in about 10 minutes? Or I can move on to some other news.
Joining late, sorry. I mean, I think the focus is really going to be what the Trump administration does in terms of finding the right members of the Fed, and I think that's going to be, it's not for this meeting, it's for 3 or 4 meetings from now, post March, when I think they're going to have their appointment in board. So, wait and see that.
Not even rain stopped those retards. Jesus fucking Christ. Wow, hope it's nice. Finally. Bully drivers. Record the MAC address. Record IP. Position and location. Avoid in the street. Ironically, Howard Street. I wonder they will do with our gun. It's donut munchers.
One more clear that a weakening demand was taking over, and we got more information today on wage growth, and it has continued to slow. That's what happened.
Pretty good. It's a little loud, but pretty good. Okay, pretty good. How about come down? How about now?
In terms of the demand supply, on the Fed to react to that. Have an opinion on it?
Pretty solid.
Really, whether they should.
Okay. I could also move my phone away. Now, how does it sound?
That direction? Well, they're going
That's
that
good.
direction.
That's better. Okay. So now we know. So just leave it like this whenever it comes on, right?
Okay, really nice. We just recorded the information. Sorry, I get emotional. It's an unfair situation. Good munchers. How they supposed to run that fast? That is crazy. It's all the same. Haven't changed.
And more efficiently. So,
Waste of resources. That's what it is.
contractors like that, maybe a few jobs are going to be replaced. But then after that initial surge, right, then it's going to be like, okay, now what more can I do, right, with the same amount of, with people that are being more efficient, right? Now the scope changes. The example is like of 300 and they're saying, oh, we used to only have 12 marketing campaigns a year, right? And now we have to put out some 100,000 videos. Right? The landscape changes, right? So, like, maybe if you were a traditional artist, work on those 12 things, you might lose your job initially, but I think once we kind of get over that, I do think this is long
Give up the song.
the potential
What
of
kind of job? It's not job.
increase.
Slavery.
And then to pursue things that we're working with the AI as a co-founder, which goes into a whole bunch of conversations I think that we've had on these spaces, which is how to build trust, right? Which is a whole topic in itself, but it'll be interesting. We're really excited to enable people to be able to do all the mundane tasks. I think that's but it'll be interesting once we get to the point where all of a sudden it's acting autonomously, right? And it's doing things without even having to tell it. And it will be a very interesting shift to that. So,
yeah, appreciate you sharing, Virgo. And look, guys, just being mindful of time, and we have less than 5 minutes in today's space, but this is why W3 remains to be one of my favorite AI spaces. So I encourage everyone to come back in the future spaces just so we can keep talking about these type of things. Robert, you got your hand up, my friend. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago. I was in Abu Dhabi and went to the Formula 2 racing. They have an autonomous racing league there, and they had 8,000 people show up for this race. They race AI cars versus humans. Last year, the AI was 30% slower. This year, AI beat the human at racing on a Formula 1 track, right? So that showed, and by the way, they still had a crash, so they're not perfect at high speed. Even with very expensive lidars and teams who are building these things. But yeah, I just want to point that out that AI
here.
is way better, way smoother.
It will get even better.
Avoid accidents. And in the cyber cab, it doesn't have a steering wheel. I studied automotive innovation for decades. For a lot of reasons. I had the first ride in the first Fiat 500, the first BMW i3, the first Mercedes AI car, and the first Tesla with Elon Musk, because I studied automotive innovation. These cars will never wreck soon. And that's what's starting to be reflected in the insurance rates. Even if a truck hits you head on, what kills you in a head-on crash? It's the steering wheel. You get rid of the steering wheel, you get a big fucking airbag in front of you. Your life will be saved. So the cyber cab is my prediction. When that comes out at the end of next year, you're going to start seeing safety ratings that are off the charts for it compared to other vehicles. And already my Tesla is avoiding things. And I talk on a lot of Tesla spaces, and everybody has stories about AI saving their lives. So as more people get experience, and the systems keep getting better, right? Every 2 weeks, I get another update, it gets better, right? And that's not going to stop for years. So as it gets better, it's going to earn more people's trust. And as people get to trust it, they're going to tell their friends, you're an idiot for not getting it, right? And that's why I know in the next 3 years, transportation is going to dramatically change.
And goodbye subway lines, goodbye metros.
Let's not get rid of mass transportation, because that's the way around traffic.
True. Oh my goodness.
If I get rear-ended, who do I yell at, right? Who do I yell at?
Well, they have to have your drivers that are, regardless if you hit somebody, sure, it's actually
Good past.
by the way, one thing that it's very clear this year is we're in San Francisco. One street corner, there's 5 waypoints, each with 19 cameras and something like 7 lidars go. So if you hit some pavement, they're going to have proof you hit me.
Good luck.
Robert, I got a question.
Yeah.
Auto manufacturers outside of like Tesla, maybe Rivian, are they just gonna have to buy this tech, or what?
It's a real problem for the auto industry because they all get hooked on it. They don't. Volkswagen has its main one building where the Waymo company started. They knew that this car someday be a winner. But they did by getting the 2000. I get talks to Mercedes engineers. Somebody did the same thing. Ford did the same thing. Chevy did the same thing. The traditional automakers would be like, yes, they would be buying technology with companies like me. There's a bunch of investing everybody in the autonomous car space, but they're going to be really behind as taxis. Taxis are going to be Tesla versus Waymo in the United States. The real competition is coming from China. China has BYD,
Yep.
Xiaomi, Zeekr, and a bunch of other companies that are working on autonomous. They're a little bit behind Tesla in terms of quality and smoothness, stuff like that. And they're behind in brands, but their brands are starting to be accepted around the world. So Tesla has a worldwide fight on its hands to get robotaxis accepted and used in the Chinese country. That's the traditional. And you're seeing
Wow, that's a lot of people.
yeah, because if you're not doing well in China sells. China, they're just. I mean, I think about going to, the auto worker in Detroit and say, hey, we need to make a new vehicle and we need to spend, a couple $1 billion on a new kind of factory. But I'm sorry, there's not going to be any vehicle. You're going to see them go on strike. In China, Xiaomi makes their vehicle in a factory. Right? And that's why they're better quality and they're cheap. That's not now, Tesla, if you study the Greenland factory, where did they said Japan studied the manufacturing. They're pretty good at making vehicles. They're out of the top 10 vehicles right now. But 6 of them are Toyotas, right? So they're pretty good at making vehicles. They came back and told General Motors to change the factory and they make cars. And General Motors said, no, we're not going to do that. And then General Motors closed the factory because the workers in Fremont are getting paid $50 an hour, where workers in Mexico are getting paid $4 an hour. So they started moving factories down to Mexico. The Ford electronic cars made in Mexico for that reason. The worker at the Fremont factory, he went back. General Motors sold him the factory to literally nothing, laughing at him, thinking that he would never be able to make a profitable vehicle with that factories making love.
I get in Mexico rates, $5 an hour, US. That's pretty good. Mexico rates in Australia. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Tesla, the executives at Tesla worked for General Motors back in the people around factory. They have real chip on their shoulder. Right? They still offices that have been trained with technology, just
And the year of 2026, I feel like we almost covered stuff we need to go right into this space alone.
next year, 4 hours and not even cover everything that's done. Talking about great user interface.
Then
I haven't talked about phone models that much, but yeah, there's a lot of things that this is going to be an exciting street.
Absolutely, man. Man, Robert, first of all, appreciate you coming on today, man. Love to have you back on some more W3 Spaces in the future. And again, shout out to all of our guests here from JC, Revo. I know Action Model had to bounce, but again, guys, this is why you need to tune in to the W3 Spaces because we have these type of conversations every single week. So I'll pass it very, very quickly here to Porter. Porter, anything on the behalf of you want to share before we wrap up today's space?
Robert, you're great. I appreciate the insights. We're gonna December stuff, building and releasing a bunch of stuff. We can't quite share it yet, but coming into January, we're gonna have announcements. Things to share. So stay tuned. We are building real world value.
One last thing, we haven't even talked about the semiconductor parts. I'm looking at your companies, like tiny chips, very good AI. And those are going to be great with medical devices and robotics. And so I see us in the coming years. I'm going to see a lot of new medical devices. So that'll be a big trend for next year. Because the AI models are being trained by like Sully AI on medical data, and they're getting pretty advanced. Yep. Good
Man, absolutely, man. Guys, you heard it here. There's a lot of coming happens, but also look forward to the year of 2026, man. Shout out to JC, shout out to 3Vote, guys. Thank you so much for hanging with us today. Again, you guys are always welcome to join back to some panels. But look, ladies and gentlemen, wrap it up. Whether it's your daytime, nighttime, afternoon, whatever time zone you're in, I wish you a beautiful rest of your day. And we'll see you guys next time, right? Have a good one. Happy holidays. Cheers. And peace out.
$25 is decent. $660, that's crazy. That's pretty wild, I'm not gonna lie. Well, prepare for a wild ride, that's for sure. It's next to Sussex Street. Record camera Sussex Street ready. Hey, Hay Street, Han Street and Campbell Street. Approaching Campbell Street. Corner will really getting rarely.
New message from Mia, T1 Internet.
Damn, I'm sorry, Mia. Not enough for me. Well, I don't really know how much I'm getting paid, huh? God damn it. Go wrong too. Feel bad, but life is like that. Life is unfair sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Took too long to reply. Put better priorities. Taking a 466. Oh, that's gonna be fun. This is the most retarded like ever. What the fuck? So we're getting it Sussex Street or what? Tell me. It's clear. Okay. Guess we're going in. Thank you. It's better Pitt Street, yeah. Come on, Pitt Street. Goldburn. Goldburn Street. Is it clear? Sweet. Sweet potato. We're gonna fire it one day. In Sussex Street. That's awesome. Who would thought we get a pirate in Sussex Street in High Street? Like that. Why camera is not connecting? They changed the password. Oh, darling, for today. Goldborn. Goldborn. Cameras over Civic, they pointing to Pitt Street. What? Children. Not that good. Chill. You know what I'm saying? Should we give guns to the homeless? There is no guns in Australia. Oof. What we do for love. Never again. A few moments later, what's the pirate here? They do. Those cameras have the clearest one. This one's the best. What side they are? Can't really see shit. I think those retard. Yeah. Bingo. Bingo. Bingo bango. 460. No mercy. Morning. Morning. International. Terminal 1. Sweet. Here we are. I can't believe see me doing homework. They recognize me. Not famous though. It's notorious. How we do it? Redemption, not redemption. That's redemption. Sweet potato. This game is getting so boring. 24/7. We're not doing that. At this stage and age,
That's what the product is, but I think we've considered ourselves an actual best.
That's the issue. Is you have the president of the United States, these people that have basically solidified these things as collectibles. So they're kind of stuck in the I'm a collectible, not a security realm. And so like collectibles, right? So I think that's like you know, the issue, bro, is there's no one's been able to solve like okay, I'll say this. I was full on NFTs. But bro, if you tried to get anyone into NFTs, bro, they would ask you like 4 questions you wouldn't even be able to answer. Like, okay, well, why would I buy this? Or what's the point of this? Oh, well, it's on chain. Okay, well, what does that mean? Why is that better? It's like, oh, well. And the only thing that I ever could explain to people was Punchy Pig. Yes, I was working there, but it was easy to explain. It's like, okay, here, look, Walmart.com. This is it. People get licensed there, Punchies for this, and they get paid by the
Twilight Sun. Pudgy penguins.
they're bundled to hell in laws that are going for
Pudgies.
honestly, it's probably one of the most overvalued things built by. But whatever, doesn't matter. And then wait, I have a question. Wait, if you have a Punchy Penguin, like the one that you hold that's an NFT is, and that design is being sold in Walmart, you get a piece of that of what's being sold. Yeah, the team license is off. So how many different plushies are they selling? Like how many? I think it's probably like there's more than just plushies. There's a bunch of things. I don't know now. Well, I think I did more research to build the whole platform for that. What's it called? Adam? Overpass. Overpass. Yeah, but that's. I think there was probably like 30.
Like, bro, I haven't really seen that much like traffic there.
Let's
let's not talk about that. Maybe Bridgman need to say some shit.
Exactly. Let's not talk about traffic. Chicken and chill. Damn, they stealing. How original. This is the bar that they make marketing, they make memes marketing for profit. It makes you don't want to do memes anymore. Let's not talk about traffic.
Here and have you taken out sufficient insurance, I guess, against potential weakness in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment? So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that.
The data is more valuable than whatever court case
factor into our thinking. But yes, we have. If you go back, we held our policy rate at 5.4% for more than a year because inflation was high, very high, and unemployment in the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened is over the last summer of 24, inflation came down and the labor market began to show real signs of weakness. And so we decided, as our framework tells us to do, that when the risks to the two goals become more equal, you should move from a stance that favors really dealing with one goal, in that case inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September. We cut down 3. We now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, we feel like we're positioned now. We're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here. If we could just follow up on the S&P, you have a whole lot of big increase, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI factor in there? What is going on through you have more growth, but you don't get a whole lot of decline in unemployment? Thank you, sir. So it is, and the implication is obviously higher productivity. And some of that may be AI. Just also, I think productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years now. So if you start thinking of it as 2% per year, you can sustain higher growth without more job creation. Of course, higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise over long periods of time. So it's basically a good thing, but that's certainly the implication.
Productivity.
Thank you. Colby Smith from the New York Times. Today's decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the 2 official dissents against the cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people to support recent reductions suggests that there is a much higher bar for cuts in the near term. And what exactly does the committee need to see if things are well positioned right now to support a January reduction?
Sure. So let me just say, as I mentioned here before, the situation is that our 2 goals are a bit in tension, right? So interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you ultimately, Walton, where do you think the bigger risk is? And it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the 2 parts of the mandate, and when you do, this is what you see. And I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see. Well, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views, and we come together and we reach situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent in the situation in terms of what it would take. You know, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately having cut 75 and that the effects of the 75 basis points will begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. We have, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures with inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and half of November.
Thank you very much.
Data we're going to have to look at carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time of January. Notwithstanding that, we will have a lot of December data by the time of January, so we expect to see a lot more. But I'm just saying that what we get for example, CPI or for the household survey. We're gonna look at that really carefully and understand that it may be distorted by very technical factors.
Just one more question on dissent. I mean, you talk about it in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any point in which those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I don't. I would say again, these are good, thoughtful, respectful discussions, and you hear people say, and you'll hear many outside analysts say the same thing. I can make a case for either side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions, and we always hope that the data will give us a clear read. But in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You cut one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move? What size moves do you make and that kind of thing? And what's the timing of it? It's a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Hope for the best, pretty much. Hope for the best.
Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently in the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did two discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. Policy now closer to neutral. Is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down? Or should we think of policy risks as genuinely two-sided from here?
So I don't think that a rate hike is anybody's base case at this point, and I'm not hearing that. What you see is some people feel we should stop here and that we're at the right place and just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more this year and next year, but when people are writing down their estimates of policy and where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as evolving. So of course, a data set of 2, now 3 is not a big data set, but I think you are right about those 3 cut times in the 90s.
I could follow up. The unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years. Indeed, the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now and having policy, I'd call it in a broad range of plausible estimates that are neutral, that will be a place where
which will enable the labor market to stabilize or to only kick up one or two more tenths. We won't see, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time, policy is still in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like we have made progress this year in non-tariff related inflation. And as tariffs come through, as they flow through, that'll show through next year. But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation. But we're going to start to see the data, and it'll tell us whether we were right or not.
Hello, Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that when there's a increased situation, we slow down to mean that there won't be a cut now, there'll be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why did we move today? I would say point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 67,000. So that would be negative 20,000 per month. And also, just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both show a declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that the labor market has continued to cool gradually, maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. In terms of inflation, it's come in a touch lower. And I think the evidence is kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation coming down, and that's offset by increases in goods. And that goods inflation is entirely in sectors where there are tariffs. So that does build on the story. And so where it's only a story that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you gotta say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that it is to some extent down to looking for broader economic, heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the ECI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. It obviously wasn't unanimous, but overall, that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
Just on the reserves, how concerned are people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets?
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the federal funds rate started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming risk management purchases. That is completely separate from monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead, you'll see that April 15th is coming up, and our framework is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a low level temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is April 15th. There's also a secular ongoing growth of the balance sheet. We have to keep reserves, call it constant as it relates to the banking system or to the whole economy. And that alone calls for us to increase about $25 billion per month. So that's a small part that's going on. It's also happening in the context of a temporary few months front loading to get reserves high enough to get through the tax period in mid-April. So that's what's happening there.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is the last post-FOMC press conference before an important Supreme Court hearing next month. We're hoping the Supreme Court will rule. And I'm just curious why the Fed's been so reticent on such a pivotal matter.
It's not something I want to address here, Andrew. We're not legal commentators. Before the courts, and we think our
Typical politician,
we
dude.
don't think that
That's crazy.
matters by trying to engage as a public discussion about it. Can you Mulligan? No.
Thanks. I don't know if it's like 3 questions, but
Just one.
I guess I wanted to
Good.
the 1990s question, and like, do you see that as a useful model for thinking about what is happening in the economy right now?
They have no answers, bro.
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that in 2019, where we cut 3 times, but this is such a unique situation.
Of course, it's unique because you guys don't know.
It's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our 2 goals. And so that's just unique in my time at the Fed. And I think going back a long ways, we haven't had that in our framework. Framework, as you know, says that when that's the case, that we try to take a balanced approach.
You guys don't know what's coming. I'm trying to pretend that you know, but you don't know shit. They don't know shit about fuck, but they pretend. What is coming is not pretty. And the keyword will be tariff. Tariff. Next year will be a massive fuckery, and we here for that. Not myself. I need $2. Just an Uber driver. Fucking hell. This is the worst intersection ever, dude. For real. The licensing stereo box. Fucking hell. Terminal 3 domestic, Qantas. We'll be there in less than 20 minutes. Yeah. Here we are. Thank you. $10. $10 fucking. I don't know, because it's within 2 hours, $20, yeah. $10 an hour still. That's what you get. $10 an hour. That's pretty wild. That's pretty sad. How people survive on this shit. It's fucking illegal. Outrageous. $10 an hour, dude. How are you gonna even make any effort? Oh, wakey. Well, I guess that's the IQ they have. They can't calculate. They just think this money. How much they gonna give up?
Like, the whole premise of Bitcoin is a distributed million tokens. The law price of Las Vegas demand. If that was to be injected into the market, it's gonna drive the price down just by a swap. And yeah, it just won't be good.
It'll be like Hiroshima.
I'm not saying there's spot, but
Exchanges wouldn't sit at like it's a Genesis box. Do that. That's they all look right with the facts. You're expecting them to
how swap that
how would you?
there's so many people on these schemes. And like, bro, have you ever tried to spend more than $10,000 to an exchange? Like you're gonna go right now. Like it's happened to a lot of people, which is why people don't really fuck with exchanges if you're in crypto.
Yeah, most of them, like the government, have its teeth in just about every sex that we have available to us. Right? How many times?
They're KYC on exchanges, bro. Like GGs. I love you.
That's next level. I honestly listen. I love Oxford to death, bro. But that's probably why I won't participate in the ICO because it does require KYC on Sora.
Just give you guys some alpha. Anytime you click a transaction, MetaMask records your IP. All these they all record your shit. So it's like, bro, it's like,
But they still are subpoenaed to give all that shit. They're not just gonna get barged by the cost. They give me this user shit right now. No, you're then they're getting pressed. Like you got to do the shit the right way. We're fine. I ain't worried about no fucking. No, Jalago's right. They can't, bro. Because if you think about it, like imagine like tracing every single transaction that I've made for the past 2 years. You can't. We have AI, dude. They'll be scraping. You know how easy it's gonna be to scrape a fucking computer with AI.
You can't prove it. It's just scraper did. Okay, do you guys know that right now it's cheaper to buy a 50-inch flat screen television than it is to buy groceries? Do you know why that is?
That's incredible. No, why is that?
What? I just bought a 50-inch flat screen TV. It was $150.
Oh shit! Wow.
The reason why it is because they are mining your data, so they subsidize the product so that they can get your information. So when I say MetaMask is actually mining your data, it's I don't know that you can talk with legalities, but like
they are.
The reason why MetaMask is free, the reason why Phantom is free, because like and if you trust these tech companies for your data, then
they are. That's exactly what they're doing. This is kind of getting into like the weird kind of next level of shit, right? You guys told me what you signed up for on top of the dark web. Why did you think you were gonna? Well, it's the internet, bro. Nothing's safe. But this is kind of we're going by like 2028 now because he's talking about mining people's data, right? The computational data mine is something that where do you think yourself?
So you're broadcasting a signal every time you transact.
really give a fuck, bro. We use a VPN. Let them do what they want to do. They got
Okay, here it doesn't matter if you have a VPN. Every time you transact on the blockchain, you're broadcasting a signal.
Yeah, and VPNs do very little. A lot of times it's just a mask. It's not even like your location. It can still come back to you.
So they know where you are. They always have. You should have to fucking pay from somewhere. How's your week starting out?
It's all good in the hood.
Got a new opportunity with Bio Marry You. Is she hot? I mean, it sounds like she'd be hot, but pretty sure she's a guy. Oh yeah, 2025. Working on that. Bio Marry You. If you owned BioRad or Bio Marry You stock towards the end of 2019 and sold it in around 2020, late 2021, you would have been like quadruple. They would have been almost 10x your money. Because these are the companies that make the PCR machines, the panels and stuff that are used for viral load, right? For test kits. Yeah, they make the instruments. Chad, what's going on? Yeah, so we got an opportunity to buy a Marry You. So they say they buy or sell it. Sell it. Just need me in their life. I would like that to pass this account. This has always been sort of, it's just, we don't set our own house. We can do it, but we weren't there. What I mean, like, they've only made one instrument or two instruments out of that site. So, but now I've caught them at like the next development. And we thought doing R&D. And get my dick in there. As every virus will have like a thumbprint of my dick on the optical filter. Fucking take those. You know, I need bifocals. Take those microbiologists. It's all like station. People get. That is research. Sandy, Utah. It's nice if they have to wear it. Populations from closing. But just I think it's Vietnamese. Hey, those guys. That's random. Yeah. I was pleasantly surprised, actually. I said, here, mercilessly clean. It's morally clean, too, which is weird. I also like how there's like this subculture and hot blonde with girls. Easy, from what I understand, too. Very easy. Yeah, it's like explode. It's just I'm gonna say that it's pretty hard. What? Yes, that magic friend Kevin Nash, MD. Yeah, it was Kevin Nash. Man. Yeah, I'll just say that. So we're gonna come up with those signs of ours. You with it, the guy doesn't even. I think it's accurate. I think the jiu-jitsu thing. Don't tell me how to jiu-jitsu. I'm gonna go with yes. Money's on yes. Awesome. If they're getting a bite, oh, it's like the most cancer you've ever seen. What's wrong?
So, anything in the news? Let's get the priority project. If I say that it's a priority, that's all they need. I don't even have to justify it. But I used because of this app, I used immediate. I used an AI like Microsoft like company computer to just give me like it was like I said it was like a long prompt that was like I need a spreadsheet with a deep dive on X company. It was like everything I could think about that I would want to know like like every PR listing for the last 2 years with like heading, summary, and like contact names and source. And then like get all the companies products that they make, ideally where they make them, any contacts they've been from. So like I've got too much information, which I guess is probably the thing, but I don't know how to like so it's actually pretty cool. I wish more of my job was collecting for stuff and not just emailing tons with like requests for property. Do that. If I was just gonna
I'll do it. Thanks. Mailing counts.
Literally, like right next to this hydroelectric plant is this massive Bitcoin miner, dude, and it's out in the middle of the woods, like you're talking about, and it's fucking really cool. Like I should share the video. It's in 5 minutes. It's super dope.
When I say send the kids to the mines, that's what I'm talking about. People think I'm saying like coal mines. No, I'm saying like send them to the crypto mines. Let them learn how to use the technology. You know, you need those nimble fingers to wire shit easy too. Okay, it's not just about picking diamonds out of the wall of a fucking cave.
Exactly. I have like, I was telling buddy, it's like I have like fat sausage. Like my head is big, like my palm is big as fuck. And then it's like I got these little like fat sausage, you know.
Yeah, fucking literally. Illiterally. I don't know how to read or talk. How you expect me to check emails? Retard. I drive Uber, man. If I was in Mara, I will be NASA.
It's showing loans many currency. So I still think that gold has a place in the portfolio. But I also think commodities broadly have quietly started to rally. If you look at the Bloomberg Commodity Index, it's been rising, and now even its 200-day moving average is rising. And of course, the stock, the actual value today is above its 200-day moving average. So for the first time in a long time, I turned positive on commodities broadly last week. So I think a commodity index makes some sense in here. And one thing that's not inflating seems to be crude oil, which is very positive for the inflation side of the mandate of Powell. I think one of the reasons that he's downplaying that side of the demand is because the price of oil has been gradually declining for quite some time now. It seems to be a forecast by the shape of the futures curve
to be in the high 50s for the next 12 months. So it's going to happen, but it's very rare. You know, futures for no change in oil one way or another over this 12-month period. So I think that it's we're pulling the framework that I've been talking about. Now these are commodities for investments, not less, not dollar, local currency markets, and part of the currencies, which is the bill that I've been talking about, the 2-year treasury leveraged 10 times, you blow away the performance of any other spot the treasury bond market. I think that's going to change. It's going to keep getting steeper, and we'll probably end up with 230s going at least 250 basis points from about 120, 125, where it's settled into less than months.
Let's turn our attention to the next Fed chair. We know that Chair Powell's term is up in May. Interviews are starting today with Kevin Warsh. If President Trump called you up and said, Jeffrey, of my final 5, who should I put in that chair? What would you say?
I'd say put the 2-year treasury in charge of Fed funds rate, because that's what's always going to happen anyway. It's been happening for decades. But I don't know. I don't have any particular insight on who's going. I just know that it's going to be chosen. It's going to be a dove, because that's the only type of a profile that President Trump is going to know that. It actually came out yesterday in the news. You know, I've been saying there's going to be one question in the job interview: will you lower interest rates if I tell you to? Well, yesterday Trump almost said that it's going to be a litmus test. There'll be a litmus test for the next Fed chair. Are they going to lower interest rates aggressively? So that's what's going to happen. And that's why the Fed funds market, you know, they don't expect much of a change in rates, but then in June, all of a sudden, the probabilities go way up, because everyone believes, rightfully so, that the president is going to pick somebody who's going to be a dove, and that's going to be a yield curve steepener as well, and it's going to be negative for the dollar. So you should be increasing investments in non-dollar assets, particularly in the emerging market fixed income area, which has been a great performer. But I think this is early innings for the outperformance of non-dollar investments relative to dollar investments.
Jeffrey, stay with me another second. I'm going to go down to Washington. We do have breaking news. The president is reacting to this rate cut. Eamon Jaffer's joins us now. Eamon, what do we know?
Scott, that's right. Take a live look now at the Roosevelt Room over at the White House. The president is meeting with CEOs from the Technology CEO Council, including Michael Dell and other high-tech executives. He just gave his first reaction to the Fed rate cut in that meeting. He said it was too small. He said this rate cut could have at least been doubled. He was not impressed. He called the Federal Reserve Chair a stiff and said that the Fed is too focused on inflation, and therefore they are killing growth by not lowering rates even more. So the first reaction there from the president in real time. Also, on a flag news, got a comment that the president made. He confirmed that the U.S. government has seized an oil tanker on the coast of Venezuela. He called it a large tanker, very large, largest one ever seized. So we have confirmation of that news now from the president of the United States. He also said other things are happening. So you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people. So we don't know exactly what the president was referring to. We talked about other things happening, especially in the context of Venezuela, given we expressed it, but he did confirm that the United States has seized an oil tanker. We expect to learn more about what tanker it was, on what basis it was seized, and what that means for U.S.-Venezuela relations as well.
US and
Eamon, thank you.
privacy. Let's go.
I'd like to get your reaction to that, because it's quite oh hell, guys, we don't want Trump to come in
That's
here and fuck
fire,
shit up.
right?
You know how he fucks shit up sometimes, man. Like, I voted for him, but he sure does fuck some shit up.
Unpredictable.
Yeah.
Ways, right? But yeah, after that, let's let this shit sit on through a second, right? Like,
You damn right. Yeah.
listen, just make it quiet. So, not surprising that Trump wants a bigger rate cut.
Clean.
And that just means that we're going to get more rate cuts.
Clean, very
it just doubly reinforces what I've been talking about. We're going to get rate cuts after Powell's gone
and it's going to weaken the dollar. I just think this is crystal clear. It's already materializing. The dollar's already down. It's what.
Yeah, man. So if that plays out, the second half of next year could be a very bullish year. Like what a lot of people thought we were going to see this year. I mean, I'm leaning a little bit. I always said I was open-minded to it, man. We might have next year to be that, like, the sort of call it a 5-year cycle. I don't know.
And I always respect the motherfucker that grows into the nation. Like, anyone married to their ideas is a fucking retard in my opinion. So I feel like everyone should factor in what was just,
Terminal 2 domestic.
at least allow it to, have some sort of impact on how their businesses.
We'll be there in around 20 minutes.
So easy. What happened? What transpired from last
Let me know if it gets cold or hot.
which is what I
I can change it.
was the exact opposite of what's going on right now. That's crazy, right? So, and my take on Powell, the most important thing that he said, in my opinion, is that the labor market is deteriorating. They do not want that to happen. I'm in my low 50-year-old range. I probably won't see an interest rate hike for the rest of my life. That's how I feel. I think there is interest rate hikes for very that's not going to happen. Yeah. The 10-year treasury note mortgage rates, I'm 55 years old now. It's in the historical average for more than 6-7%. People just got to overcome it, which was that was abnormal. We're just regressing back to the mean. That's it. It's funny you mention that because I live in Florida. A lot of people are taking gigantic home equity loans out because their house has even doubled or tripled in the last 5 to 10 years. Their first mortgage rates are under 3%. They're taking home equity loans and they're redoing their houses and they're not. Their real estate taxes are just triple. So there's the housing market. Like I said, I think the next thing eventually in 2026 is the Fed raise. They're going to start buying mortgage-backed securities because mortgage rates, they're stuck at 6%. And, there's people that are waiting for 3. It ain't coming.
That's why I've been investing in fucking open doors since 67. Continuing to be the same. Think about these Black Rock is buying paper. There's going to be more production, more construction on a mass scale. It's going to be orchestrated. These tech companies that can identify these tertiary markets, secondary markets that have this upside. Installing is solution for more housing and more affordable housing.
And the housing in Florida is, Palm Beach area, Miami, probably is out of control. And if DeSantis gets his way, eliminates property tax, which it probably will happen, forget about it. You're gonna have everybody from the Northeast moving here. Every company in New York City moving here. The influx of people, lack of housing.
I have a stake in which has been just absolutely raped by regulation because not only do they cap which we're doing tax, they're putting protections around. Even if they're not paying rent for a year, these motherfuckers are protected. Meanwhile, insurance is going up, OPEX is going up, and they're doing, we're getting capital calls for fucking like stuff out of our control because the government is suffocating what any sort of incentive for there to be improvements. And they're also putting more costs on someone to negative fucking investment. Like this shit is out of hand. So going to Florida, going to Texas, going to these, I don't go to markets where there's reasonable leadership that understands the power of incentivizing businesses.
Yeah, not only that, there's no state income tax, and I wear shorts and flip flops all year. So
Now there is that asterisk of might go in the water and go. Let's not talk about that.
yeah, we're used to the hurricanes. We get through it and had one this year. And it's funny, it's just a normal thing here. You know what I mean? It's just something people expect. Is a hurricane comes. So yeah. This time of year right now is all the New Yorkers and the people from Boston that come here for for the winter. So you go to the restaurants, it's crowded, they're obnoxious. Now look, I'm from Philadelphia, so I'm from the Eastern. It's pretty funny to see some of the, not all, but a majority of the New Yorkers think they own the place, and it's just it's hilarious.
What I hear is things happen like Montana, Idaho.
How they actually do on everything, and them damn Yankees come down here and they sell every motherfucker. They retire, they're old, they have nothing to do. Volunteer I moved here 15 years ago, and my wife at the time had a run-in with a meter man. The meter man was from New York, and he went off on my wife. I personally was on Fox News because it went viral. I was on Bill O'Reilly, and he said to me, I'm from New York, I don't give a fuck. I said, I'm from Philadelphia, and I don't give a fuck if you're from New York. He said, it was a funny story, but it is funny. I mean, look, I'm not bashing New Yorkers by any means, but there are those that elderly crowd. It's more of the retired New Yorkers that come here and they bitch about the pastrami on their sandwich, and I tell them, go back to New York and get a fucking sandwich up there.
I'm from New York, I live in LA.
Yeah.
Like, I know those motherfuckers. I know them. But like the problem is, man, even in New York, with all this bullshit socialism, like the extra layer of this, we've got a bunch of socialists running shit out of the council and out in fucking LA. Dude, they're putting on these extra property taxes, and they're putting on all these extra taxes, thinking that it's going to generate revenue. And instead of recognizing that, okay, so they put that on, and then these businesses literally just pack up and leave. So they're not only not getting the revenue they're getting before, they're getting no revenue. And they're fucking getting people the fuck out of here. And that ends up as a net cost to the fucking taxpayers. So it's like the retarded fucking governance has to come to a fucking stop soon. Just get out of here.
And that would lead them. Right. That's right.
I got a tax 2 years after. They're coming after.
And one thing real quick, if anybody follows Gunlocker, does not follow Jeffrey Gunlocker, just is a genius in the bond market. So that's the guy you want to follow for anything related to interest rates or bonds. And what I found very compelling for Bitcoin is he said you want to own everything that is non-dollar denominated. Did you catch that? I caught it. Yes, I did. That's what I said. Like if what that gentleman Jeffrey was talking about plays out, like that is actually a bullish, very bullish for Bitcoin. It's very bullish. Second half of next year, very, very bullish. You have to keep an eye on that.
Not only that, but it's going to be paired with the emergence of this digital credit, lane that's being, laid out. The blueprint is already in place and it's already activated. There are a lot of strategies already doing their marketing run of it now, and it's just a more sound way for people to not only preserve their Bitcoin, but use it as a reserve asset and be able to generate and as long as things continue to remain bullish from a regulatory standpoint, which I think for the next 2.5, 3 years, all signs point to there being an aligned incentive between Trump and their governing body, and this continuing to improve. So, and this could be an interesting set of events.
Without a doubt, you've seen the job market still deteriorate. I don't think that's a question at all. That's what the Fed looks at data.
What did he say? Like, wasn't it wild to hear him almost like stunned about the 2% year over year? Like, he was like, I never thought I'd see the 2%. It's like, that is one thing too. Like, yes, we're gonna have this job problem, but usually that the actual growth is in line with that. Have all this increased productivity, all this these new lanes of revenue generation from the AI innovation that may have a counterbalancing effect to the job deterioration. Even though it's not a solution, at least it might be a buffer to the impact.
And the other thing too is that the tariff inflation is pretty. It's null. It's nothing, pretty much. It's really not much.
Back to the day, technology temporary and short term.
Right. First order,
guys.
Ono na začátku máš totiž čas, že
Here we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
At least they're doing some work. Research. Decent work. Right. 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 Wolfie.
Bankrupted, they were not allowed to touch crypto, so they couldn't really fund anything out of Bitcoin that they owned. There was exculpatory information that was withheld from them, which is a Brady violation. This is not justice. So,
Not justice.
We kind of know in general.
you know all that. Yeah, well,
Honestly, if the feds are coming after, really nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Right? You can fight it, but you're gonna bankrupt yourself. You can look at lots of examples of that. The question I have, and maybe you can answer this, is what's up with Satan's? What's his agenda? What he must have tripped something that Clayton objectionable, or what was the reason why Clayton said, I'm going after these guys? What did they trip?
Well, Clayton did quit. Remember, this all happened under the Operation Joe Joe Biden administration, right? So Clayton was the former head of the SEC, first Trump administration, and he shows up, from best I can tell, in August of this year at the Southern District, and that is coincident or just slightly after when Keone and Bill fled because of the pressure that was going. So I can't imagine he doesn't know about this. So that leads me to believe that he's either not telling Donald Trump or that he thinks that this would be a political hot potato for Donald Trump. Not in that these guys are guilty. We spent the last 85 hours interrogating these guys, trying to turn over every stone. Did you skirt the law? Did you violate the law? Did you not seek counsel? I am 99.9% repeating, confident that these guys just didn't break the law, but they were forced to plea. And he only did it to preserve his partner, his wife, his father, his family, his life. And there was no other option. And he couldn't fight it because they had no time. So, this Clayton, Jay Clayton, he might be either doing the bidding of people who are afraid of what these guys created. Let's just talk about this, what they were creating, while it didn't violate any laws. It's a threat to the system. And these guys think at least when you get it that level, right? It's a big club. So the question really is Donald Trump the man that he says he is, assuming he hears about this? Is he really the man that most of us think he is? The man who despises injustice? Or is he going to answer to higher authorities and say this guy flew too close to the sun, even though he didn't violate any laws?
Yeah, so the contradiction.
2 hours 57. $28 total. 3 trips to the airport. Same distance. Same report.
Jamie died. What does the new head of the SEC say? Like, Mr. President, we need to make an example of this guy, even though he didn't break the law. We need to make an example. If that's the case, then Donald Trump is saying he's masquerading. I don't know the answer to those things. Obviously, I'm not sitting in that chair, but what I do know is that let's not just accept the facade. If the case is we're going to punish him, even though he wasn't guilty of any crime, well then, like, everything's kind of a joke, right? We really don't have a justice system. We have made up rules that apply to some and not to others. So let's just dispense with the facade. Let's dispense with the Trump who's coming to do our conferences and telling everybody that we're freedom vaccines on them. Fight bullshit.
But Clayton was the previous SEC, correct? Republican SEC chair.
That is correct.
Which that's not positive, I guess.
Like again, these are I just don't know the answer. But what I do want to do, I want to know a couple things. I want to know that Donald Trump saw this case and it was presented to him as factually correct. Number one. Number two is I want to put the man to a decision. There's the head of Libertarians. Her name is Real Angela. She goes to Real Angela Mack. She gave a talk down at the Bitcoin Park. She's the head of the National Libertarian Party. She's the one who met Donald Trump right before he went stage in Nashville in 2024 and said, "Hey, you need to know about Ross Ulbricht. What did he do? Well, you didn't do anything, and blah blah blah. We can get him out. And if you get him out, I put it in the nest. I put her little speech, which I think happened today. Did happen today. She's the one who got Ross out. She's the one who got a light sentence for who's the other guy? The guy who was from Big Black Science. Thomas, help me out.
I can't think of the name.
Yeah. Anyway, she got two. She got two basic good pardons from Trump, and now she is aware. And if you look at her social media page, she's got 121,000 followers, pretty big wigs. And I'm looking at political actors. I mean, she basically is the head of the Libertarian Party. So she can say, Mr. Trump, you're kind of losing the Bitcoin-ish libertarian vote. I can deliver that for you. You need to take a look at this case, and you need to do the right thing. That's a big difference. And this probably happened less than an hour ago. So she knows. She's got access. That's
and she knows the process, So I've gone through one of these situations, unrelated matter, where you're trying to get somebody out. Was in there, and it was ridiculous. There was and then what you found out is I was basing my assessment of the situation based on what they pled guilty to, and I said I can't reconcile why they're still in prison for a crime that's inconsistent with other people who commit similar crimes who didn't get any prison time, let alone 7 years. And then I was able to get the sentencing guidelines and realize that the guilty plea was a practicality for them just to pick something, get some prison time. But what was really sitting there was an unprosecuted list of crimes that was maybe 5 or 6 separate indictments, and they didn't want to go through the effort of prosecuting them on that. And so they just pled guilty to something else. It's like, hey, you robbed the bank and you ran over the old lady, but plead guilty to embezzlement and will 2 more years, right? And you say, what? How can you go to prison for embezzlement? That's crazy. I was like, well, it wasn't really that. It was you ran over an old lady and robbed the bank. So if you don't know the rest of the sentencing guidelines and what's happening there, now if this is part of Operation Choke Point, then there's probably some issues there. And the issue that Trump's going to have to deal with, and this woman who knows what she's doing, and she's done it before, is what's the rest of the cards on the table? Because if you're Trump, you can't come in here and say, oh, I'm going to flip that card, because if I don't understand the rest of the cards, then I get pulled into, I want to do it once and done. If I'm going to resolve this, I'm going to resolve the situation as it exists, not just Quixote's situation. So that could take more than 9 days.
Well, it totally could. But I'm going to make a couple of assertions here because I don't people this. Number one, to everybody who's why would you plead with something non-guilty? Because you're out of money, you're out of elections. They put you in that position purposely because they knew the other kids that they didn't even win. But this is very expensive. It's $2,500 an hour per year times 5. It's not. You can't. Anyway, he's not guilty. If anybody says they are, and you just have bad you have this thing, speak about it. He's answering every single question. So I'm going to assert that he's not guilty of just charge for it.
withdrawing my support and this administration. Nobody really cares about that. Well, Senator, you're a big quitter. You should talk about that. You should educate yourself on this case because I think you probably come to the same conclusion if you share the same values.
Yeah, no, it's right. I certainly don't have the level. I don't have the 85 hours. But, I've been paying attention. And I'm 100% behind you, as I mentioned earlier. But the one thing I keep thinking about is, let's go to how this plays out in your mind. Endgame, right? Gets in front of Trump. He reviews it. He says this is a miscarriage of justice and provides a pardon. The issue with the pardon is it essentially vacates the amount of stay or the length of stay for the prison sentence, but it doesn't remove the guilt or the actual verdict.
Well, there's no verdict. There's no verdict. We never went to trial. So there's no precedent. Oh, okay. The only precedent here is they sent a message that if you try to incorporate privacy into your domain, destroy your life. That's fair. That's fair. And that's the precedent. It's not how you precedent. It's the way you precedent.
Right. Exactly. But the plea was we were going to accept a plea deal, right? Which effectively means I'm admitting to some guilt all the way. I'm not doing it because I want to. I'm doing it because I have to.
That's right. And he didn't admit to it anyway. He was very skillful. He said, and the judge was pissed at him, said, he basically went around and said, I agree that if I build something, criminals can use it. If I build a set of stairs, criminals are going to walk up and down those stairs.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can make that argument about the dollar, right? I mean, but the point is I'm with you, dude. I'd love for this to be in front of Trump right now, and he goes, "No, this is an absolute pardon." The issue is it doesn't vacate the
sure it does.
You're not illegal proceedings. It doesn't eliminate the actual court proceedings, right? So what ultimately should happen is this should never have gone to where it went to, and there should be nothing on their record. But a pardon doesn't dismiss. Right? So
yeah, it does. I mean, look, if you're pardoned, you're basically the president of the United States, the chief legal officer in the country said you're not guilty. It's different. If I walk into a door and I say I'm going for a job, and I say I'm a convicted felon, but I'm pardoned, you're hired.
It's fair. But yeah, the one thing that I've looked a lot into that. I would just say, look, man, I'm down for the party.
Thank you. How are you?
But just one of the things you said, ultimately, how do you unscrew this? How do you
Going to Lily Pili?
right? You can't unscrew it. You can't. The legal process is what happened.
If you're gonna put this,
You want?
yeah, if you want.
Thank you.
We'll be there in around 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's quite far, right?
First time there?
No, I'm moving to Port Hacking.
Oh yeah.
So, but I always underestimate the travel in Sydney. I always underestimate it.
It depends. It really depends. With traffic, you never know. It's like the weather. It's very unpredictable.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sometimes
true.
could be 30 minutes. Could be an hour.
Yeah.
Let me know if the window's okay or the temperature. I can change it.
Good, thank you.
I don't trust
How's your morning, man?
because
Yeah, pretty good. It's nice today. It's not that hot, so or cooler.
Yeah, it is. It is. I thought today was going to be really hot, but
Yeah, it seems another thing that is very unpredictable.
I was here Thursday last week, and it was hot. It was it was nice. This is still nice though, compared to New Zealand. It's still nice.
22. Yeah, but if that's the thing. Tomorrow maybe we do 40 again.
Yeah.
In these days, the best thing is not to think about the future. It's more
Can't change it. You can't change it. Yeah, I agree.
Enjoy the present.
Exactly.
And the word say it's a present. It's a present opportunity, a present to you, to opportunity to do something better every day.
Yeah, I like that.
1% every day, 360 days. You get a good percentage.
Yep, that's a good orientation, right?
What part of New Zealand?
Wellington. Yeah, the capital. The windy capital. Actually moving here in end of December, we're moving over to Sydney to live.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it yet.
I think exciting. So everything new is exciting.
Exactly. Yeah, I've done it before. I've lived overseas before, so it'll be good.
What part do you live before?
I lived in London, lived in Canada. Yeah. How about you?
I'm from Spain, so
Yeah.
I'm moving everywhere.
When did you live here?
Almost 20 years ago.
Oh wow.
Oh, long time.
You couldn't go back?
No, I don't have a chance. It's very difficult. Sydney is a city that doesn't stop. We don't stop.
No.
And if you stop, it builds up. So yeah, I haven't had a chance. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon, yeah. Traveling is difficult now. It's not like before.
It's really expensive.
How you find London?
Pardon?
How you find London? How was London?
I loved it. I absolutely loved it because I'm Dutch, so I could go. Like it was just easy to travel, right? And it was before I had my daughter, so we just travelled a lot. It was like we earned good money considering it just meant that you could travel easily. It was affordable. It was close. I think it's a busy city, but it's still easy to navigate. Yeah, I love London. I've got friends that are still there, and it doesn't sound like I think it's changed a lot in 5-10 years, right? But I think everywhere is kind of everywhere is. I haven't been to anywhere that I think is horrible, right? I think everything's got there. Like really, New Zealand is. It's clean. It's quiet. It's safe. It's got some pretty amazing. It's got a real sense of community because it is so tiny. And in Sydney, you've got the warmth. You've got the beaches. You've got opportunity. You've got jobs. You know, like
there is always silver lining, you know, and everything that people will say. No, but it's good to have that
perspective, eh?
Yeah, so you have the balance, and everyone have a journey, so everyone have their own. That's why I always say to people, I know advice. I know if unsolicited advice, I always say you do your life. You can't compare yourself with what you see online.
Oh God, no.
Your life will be your path. Everyone have a different path, and maybe it doesn't match to what you see online, but that's your life, and you're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah.
And something I always recommend that it's not advice is travel.
Yes.
You have to travel because that's what
gives you perspective on everything else, right? I think that what travel taught me was tolerance and patience, but also just how grateful I am. Like super grateful. I'm so lucky. It just teaches you different ways of living as well.
Yeah. Different cultures, different foods, different.
Yeah, that's all the good stuff, right?
Yeah, that's always. That's the thing. There is in every situation that could be bad, there's always a good.
Mm.
And I start to think that sometimes the people it's bad, so you don't try it, but then when you try it, like I just hide in it. Say it's bad, but because you hide it.
I haven't been to India.
India, I haven't been.
I haven't been there. That's on my list. I'd like to go to India one day.
Bucket list, yeah.
Yeah, it's on my list. What's on your list?
Must be interesting. I mean, my list, I think I'll be Tokyo, Asia in general, because the rest I did, the Western world is almost done.
Tokyo is incredible.
With Tokyo, I really want to. Such interesting culture. I love the like thousands of years of
Mm.
history. And I heard that some places they have the water gods in the street and the water is so clean that they have fish.
Yes, yes.
It's incredible.
And a respect for nature and humans that you just don't see in other countries as well. Like I think, and respect for themselves as well. Like it's different.
I was looking into it. I love to see dark sides of things, the dark side. I look for the dark side of Japan, and it's not much different of another country. We are humans after all. We do human things, but it's such organized in a way that it's not dark. It's human. Just it's not like, oh, this is super dark. After 10, when they go out to drink, the rules is sort of when you drink, you don't have to apologize. You know, and at night you just go and enjoy because you've been working hard all day, and they really go far for the disconnection is massive and it seems very extreme. But I think it's important for life to enjoy the balance. You can't be just working until you burn.
What for?
Yeah, that's the thing. We're not taking anything with us, and they so organized that what is chaos for them, for us seems like it's not chaos. It's fun. But also in the dark side, looking to the shadows of the light, and they have this it's like a square. They have like homeless, and the homeless are kids, young people. They didn't have a chance, or whatever happened, they didn't have a good time, and they go to a place and they hang out there, and they have an organization of people. They go to check on them, so they have this group of people going and ask, and they show. I don't know if it's for the video or I don't know, but I like to question that. But it's this little kid. It's a little girl crying, and apparently the dad was hitting her, so she left the house and she was there. So one of the main problems Japan have with the young people, they're really quick to recruiting prostitution.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in every country, all the thing, but you don't see it because that's the dark side.
Oh, I know.
And it shows how they could do that easily. They just go to that square, everyone goes there, hang out because they're homeless. But the homeless, is not the homeless we have here. It's just people that have no exit and they just escape of home. We'll be. I live myself. I've been there. It's like I'm sick of this, and I go home. I go out home and escape. And that's what they do. And then this organization goes there and check on them. What happened? Yeah. And at least they have escape for that. At least have a place to go, and it's like a safe haven. It's really interesting.
I had dinner with in New Zealand, one of the police commanders, and he specialises in modern slavery. And he'd just spent 6 months in, and he was talking about the prostitution, like the trafficking, and it was not humbling, but it was pretty confronting.
Yeah.
And so incredibly in the fabric of how they operate, and it's just, it was quite, I'm clearly very distanced from that reality, right? Like I live a super privileged life, and it was just, God, it was confronting the numbers and how he was talking to it. It was just, if they don't die with AIDS within 3 years, then there's a level of payment, etc. And it's just,
it's dark side, very dark.
Oh, there's dark and there's that. That's next level, right? Like that's in the children, and it's just. Oh.
That's the thing. Is most of the thing is the target children. It just that's what it makes me sad. As adults, we take bad decisions, we learn, and we don't see it as an adult. We should know better. Because, but when kids, that's when it hurts because I see it and like, man, these kids, they have so much future. They're innocent. They have no.
They're clean. Like they are, yeah.
And that's why these predators, they target them, and that's. I'm glad they people out there that help to stop that. Because that is sad because that person who adapt to that life and that life is not a fun life.
No.
like you say, that eventually, or they die from AIDS or whatever, that will destroy their life. It's all bad decisions from there.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
But sometimes we try to avoid that. We try to avoid to not see it. It's just I don't see evil. It's gonna,
It's easier, right?
yeah,
Avoid it, but it's not.
it's not good to avoid it because we humans we're meant to support each other, meant to help each other. The difference between us and the animals is the consciousness, like to be aware of.
Exactly.
We,
It's a fine line between the difference, right?
yeah, because even animals look after their own animals too. Sometimes it depends on animal, but in general, we have that. I would say responsibility as a human. Okay, I think Australia have that beauty of caring about what is everything around animals, and that's one of the main things I stay the longest. I love animals. For me, animals is it's like defense, like kids. It's defenseless that they will get killed or abused or things like that. I don't accept that. And we share the planet.
I agree. I said to my husband this morning, I wish that he greeted me the way my dog greets me when I get home. Like, it is just pure happiness, right?
That's
like, absolute,
conditional.
yeah, unconditional. Like, it's just incredible.
Conditional love.
Yeah. So, we've got, like, that was this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Just like,
Labradoodle?
yeah.
They're pretty cool. They're like humans.
The dog playing. They are just absolute best friends. That was this morning. Like,
They're like kids, yeah.
yeah, they're just happy, right? Like, just two mates hanging out. I agree. I think it's important for kids to grow up with animals.
We're sharing the planet. It's not a planet. It's everyone's planet.
Exactly.
And how you find the work market in Europe, England? But yeah,
How did I find it?
yeah, it's
Good.
good. Yeah.
Really, as a Kiwi, because the terrible thing is when you're a Kiwi, there is a preference because they think Kiwis work hard, and therefore, I found it really. I applied for my first day I landed. I applied for 40 jobs that day, and then I did that every single day for 2 weeks, and I found a job within 2 weeks.
Nice.
It was I had a qualification and I had experience, but yeah, I found it easy. But I'm lucky. I think it's because I'm a Kiwi that I had that assumed preference. I was lucky.
I think your mindset does a lot. When you have a positive mindset, positive happen to you.
Yeah.
If you focus, it's a bad day. I don't think if you have a bad day, I think you start the day bad and you focus on the bad things that happen the day.
And you compared it to yesterday when you thought you had a better day. Or it's terrible. My mum her partner's very sick at the moment, and every day that because he's dying, every day that he's it's horrible. But every day that he's bad, she focuses on how bad he is. Whereas I'd say, but for the last 5 days, he's been amazing. So focus on the fact that you've had 5 good days with him. Yesterday it's really shit, and his pain's really high, and it's bad. But actually, you just got 5 awesome days with him where he's still alive, and he was like, it's just, which it's easy when I don't love him the way he loves him, and it's easy to say that, but I think it's all perspective, right? If you focus on the shit stuff, it's going to be shit. If you go into a conversation thinking, I don't like that person, you're not going to like it. You're like, it's just...
Exactly. You create your reality in that way. You're creating your situation because you focus in the positive and negative, and if you focus on the negative, you're exactly right. If you say that person, I don't like it, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
And it will
It's self-perpetuating. Yeah.
Which if you neutral and open to whatever it is, you can catch the energy that we all energy, you know, we all frequencies.
1000%.
We transfer those frequencies and energies to everyone, and it's a collective consciousness. You know, we all have a connection with everyone.
Yep, I agree.
I always say this. I was a child. If you hurt someone, you hurt yourself, because then you're creating that energy to yourself. Like one day you will think about it. Like I did hurt that person, so I get it hurt now. Like, they call karma, or depends on how you see it, but it's something that's real. It's,
Yep, I totally agree.
when you praise on reality, that reality will hit you back in the future, or maybe in the moment. To it's everyone's journey is different, but
And I don't think, I agree, you can think of it as karma or energy, or at the end of the day, though, you don't get anything from bringing anyone else down. Like, you don't get from that. I always think of it as a give and a get, and I just think, yeah, what do you gain from that? Nothing.
true.
And it's enough. I think it's interesting, but I find Australia people are quite focused on climbing up the ladder, doing really well, but they think to do that, you say that person's shit, and I'm better. But there's no need for that. There's enough opportunity for not for everyone, but there is enough. I don't think that's a stretch. I don't think that's a. There's no need for that. Like I don't. That's one big difference between Australia and New Zealand. Because I think New Zealand's small, you don't need to do that. Whereas
I think it's more isolation and more
insular mindset that kind of.
there is as many negative people or negative mind there, because it's no options to be negative. But I believe that I will put it. So the more people you have, the more options to have more negative.
Yes, and also in New Zealand, if I'm going to be an arsehole to someone, I'm going to see that person in 2 years' time, or in a year. You know, and you're not brought up to, like my mum never said to me, don't be an arsehole because it'll bite you on the ass. But you just know there's no need for that, because it's not necessary. And you will come across that person again. So treat others how you want to be treated.
Absolutely. And that's why I think it's so much peace on places like that, because the idea is not to hurt anyone.
Yeah, but I think Australia is not like my experience.
Because it's more of everywhere. I think it's kind of like the hub. When it's a business hub, you get all types of people that is necessary. For instance, I was talking about that because it's important in society to have all type of mentalities and mindsets. Yeah, because I think that for jobs, let's say people who do butchers need to be specialists in that situation. So it's people that it's necessary to have that skill, and for that skill, sometimes let's say they need to kill animals, and personally I couldn't do it, but
I couldn't do it either. I couldn't do the killing or the cutting or any of it.
But we all like to eat.
Yes.
So that is important. So most of the people, I could say politicians too, because politicians have to take decisions that will cost people life in one way, but they have to protect the other side.
Yeah.
And that is necessary. So personally I wouldn't do it either, because I was thinking that decision killed people, and that's not a good thing to have. But they have this it's called disorder, or lack of empathy, and that helps them to go through. That's why they have big business or CEOs. They just do things without that feeling, and I respect that, because that's their job and that's how their journey goes, and that's important. So the more you have those kind of mentalities, the more they create this chaos of let's make these people angry so they can separate and they don't get together and fight against of ideas. So we can put off ideas to them, and they will like, okay, that's what we're gonna do about it. Nothing. I don't know if it makes sense. That
No, I get what you're saying. I think that's why New Zealand is how it is. It's small. You don't have that. You don't have an economy. It's tiny. It's not even a country. You know what I mean? Like, it's terrible, but it's not. It's
But what is big about it is being part of the Commonwealth. Like people that
Yes.
never look at this world of when you bring Commonwealth and the ground. It's a big thing. It's not it's bigger than politics, say.
Yes.
And that is where I grew up. Because in Spain we got the royalty too, and it makes a difference if we compare with comparing. We have a saying in Spain, they compare it with the Kill of Joy, right? So it's not nice to compare, but if we compare Spain and France, for instance, France is a republic, Spain is the royalty. It's a big difference if you see the economies and things that the crown brings. That you hate it, many people hate it. I'm sorry, but why did I didn't make up the rules.
Yeah.
But numbers talk, and it shows how when you have yeah, when everything will work because it's so people. You're not going to let your people die. It's like the kingdom, it's your people, and I think that is important. Um, saying that is in Europe, it's much more people, so it will be that polarizing situation of people hating of that because they want freedom like France have, but that freedom comes with a price.
Yeah. We lived in London when the whole Brexit piece was happening,
Mhm.
and the divide, it was quite incredible, right? Like
Yeah.
horrible, and yeah, a real ugly side of humanity, but it was polarizing.
100%. And it almost feels improper. So they have because it's it's the world is run by few groups, people clubs or whatnot. And these groups they organize, they do like G8 or G7. I don't know. I'm not into politics, so I just guessing from what I hear. And I think they're in a war now that they don't even know how far they will get. I hear them talk and it's just wow, that doesn't make sense because it's I hear the politics talk, the Senate, the senators, and all these politics, the banks, and what we're going to do with the next year because next year doesn't look, and the rate doesn't look really nice, or what they're going to tax, look, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I find that it's so stressful because there will be a situation that they have to take a decision. And now, well, we're in a point that they took a decision or things will get really wrong. Like it will, yeah.
Yes.
And we will, yeah, it will be interesting to see. I think we'll show who is more human that because it's always two sides in any war. We always been doing this cycle for so long. Humans, we always doing that. The second war, just like I was saying the other day with the COVID situation, we lived it before. We have the Spanish flu, and that shows that it was almost the situation, and then what happened after. And we do the same thing. It looks more nice. We have more technology. We're not going with horses. We have cars.
Yeah, but it's the same
still the same situation. And I think that the two sides have to get to agreement. I think it's important to accept some things that we not accepting because it's not human nature to as I was saying that we'll be all right, and this is from all the information I gathered from people explained to me from economy. We're not going to see light until 2028. I see something less stress.
Yeah.
So a couple of years of conflict.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to happen next year, or it's not going to happen soon.
No, it will take a while.
Yeah. I think New Zealand's in an interesting spot because they don't generate their own wealth. There's nothing there, and they are so reliant. But it's quite tangible now in terms of the impact that it's having to just consumers. Like the cost of living in New Zealand is you've got the highest unemployment, lowest capacity, people, the cost of living. It is cheaper for me to live in Australia than it is to live in New Zealand.
Yep.
Like, which is insane because like Australia's bloody, or Sydney, sorry, bloody expensive. But it is, yeah, it's.
But the price, so like the things expensive because it's also payments are a bit higher than average. That will get you pay on Melbourne, for instance. So
Yeah, so like your electricity, your food, it's just insane.
Yeah.
It is insane. And so that drives behaviour, right? Yeah.
but again, it's another cycle. Like it's bubble. It's like a bubble, and until the bubble doesn't burst, we can't do much.
No.
So we're waiting for the bubble to
Burst.
yeah, and that will take a bit until they don't see it. They just that's how it is. 2008 happened the same. 2008, 2009. I remember it was a big bubble. All Europe was down. Greece was one of the. I remember Greece didn't have any.
Greece is sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember being there after the when they got it already in Athens for the Olympics. Like that's tragic.
Yeah.
So tragic.
I think the mainly problem there were people didn't want to pay tax, so everyone was, tax don't expect to have good roads, so that's the thing. But everyone was avoiding, and when the bubble burst, these places are the first to highlight what happened, where the money goes. And that's why I remember people trying to get the money out of the bank. It wasn't like it was no banks. Banks didn't no help to the banks. So. Yeah, I remember we went through, and I think after that we recovered pretty good. I can't say that it was bad, but recovery was okay. And then we see this one. I think it will be bigger, it will be massive because I can see in terms of housing and all the same cycle again. They put in the money in housing thinking that it's the solution, but I think that it is good to have housing, but who is going to afford a house?
Yeah. I don't think housing is a good investment.
It's not anymore. It used to be good. Back in the days, you could afford a house. It was an investment because you could buy a house and then maybe you can get a second one. And like why every city investor did, a massive business. But now when you invest in a house, you almost like buying a car. As soon as you buy it, you start losing money because the rates are higher. The what you're gonna pay back is even more than. So it's more risky. I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's very risky because anything can happen next year. That's why the main focus. I think they focus now the housing results of in the long term because that's what the plans are. The plans are looking what will happen when we do this. What will bring to the next cycle? It's all cycle every year. June, July, we make the numbers and we just wow. You see the difference.
Yeah.
And I think I don't think no one is happy in the both sides. And that's what is great conflict. It'll be very interesting. Definitely.
I agree. I think cost of living, we're renting a place in Port Hackett. I think the cost of renting here is insane.
Yep.
Like it is robbery. Like there's greed, a lot of greed.
But that's the result of all the investments happening.
Oh, definitely. It's supply and demand, right?
It's everywhere too. Like in Spain, people is blaming the tourists. It's always like that. They always blame the tourists. Or
Yes.
blame the,
blame the migrants. Blame. Yeah.
It's always same thing. Humans, we never change.
We take no accountability.
It's a saying in the Bible. Sorry, I'm talking about the Bible, but I think the nothing changed under the sun.
Mhm.
So as humans, it's on books. You can read a book and you can see what we've been doing for so long, and we still not changed. We're trying to do our best, but it's always
Humans are humans, no.
Mhm. And it's a nature, like human nature, to or greed or negativity, or I don't know. Some people love war. It's a art, the art of war. And some people love that, and it's a big business too. So now the market in war is thriving because they sell more weapons, and it's incredible. That's something that's been there always too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So we'll see what happens, because like anything business, they don't want to lose that.
No, why would you? It's their incentive, right?
And they invest in a lot of technology too. So it's all connected to technology, and it's something that will be really, really interesting, because the next cycle, I think, even
More advanced, faster. Yeah, it's scary.
so everything we experience now, it will be looking nicer.
Yep.
All we do is put makeup and make it beautiful.
Yeah, shining a pig.
That'll be the best times. So I like to see a positive, because I think we never. I think positive people and negative people is important. When both of sides, we never let things die. I don't know about the negative, but I have hopes. I have hopes.
Yeah. I think the balance needs to shift a little more, a little less negativity, a little more positive. I think the balance is a bit skewed.
But in wartime, it's impossible getting positive, because everyone is in defense. So
Yeah, your mind is closed off when you're in that space. Literally closed off. It's just not possible.
all we expect is a negative result. It's an art. War is another saying in Spain. We say art. That the love in war, there is no rules. So it's not like it's not reading rules. So all this happening sometimes, you think it's against human rights and everything they're doing, and it happened before, but it wasn't. We didn't have internet.
Yes. Yes.
And TV was set up to not scare people. So there was people behind programs, the programs to not make people scared. But now they can have that, because that's why I think they focus on social media too now, because they don't want the kids to be exposed to things that will create more crisis.
Yeah.
And I understand it. As a kid, I wouldn't like to know what I know now.
No. There's no need to.
No need to.
You're going to have your whole life, have that period of time ignorant of reality, I think.
Yeah.
It is. This is a horrible one. And I'm putting you right in at school time, so I'm sorry.
That's so good.
I'm actually going to get my daughter's uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I like this area. This is my favorite. So yeah, it's for all Sydney. This is the most
Chill.
cheap.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's got some cons in terms of it's very insular, but it feels the most relaxed.
It's not as, I find, without disrespect, less pretentious than other places.
Way less snobby, way a bit I don't mind, like people say it's bogan. I don't mind if people don't want to be pretending to be something else. I don't mind that. I actually don't mind that. I don't yeah, I like the
to me bogan is real. To me bogan is the real thing.
Oh, I'm from New Zealand. Like we are bogans. We are what we are, and we're not embarrassed. Like it kind of is what it is. But I don't the only thing I don't like is it feels very white. That's what I don't like about the South. Like there's no diversity. That's the thing I don't like, but I like that it feels more relaxed. It doesn't feel like such a rat race of just
Yeah, you see the white, I can because I'm half. So the white side, I think, is different type of white. You get the white.
It's not elitist snobby white.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
more,
difference.
it's the bogan white,
Mhm.
but it's still white.
Yeah.
You know, whereas I think it's important to grow up.
And if you look into background of the white, like say the type of you get the white from Eastern Europe or more the different
Yes.
parts of the world that look after more the family than the other one that's looking more for
Anglo-Saxon and yeah.
yeah, which makes a difference. So
Yes.
in terms of like it's more festive. I find that from my Spanish side, it's more festive. South is more celebration.
Yeah, it's
Celebrating
even
life.
it sounds silly. It feels more I agree on the celebration and more I don't know, like I was at the house the other day and the neighbours came over, they had Christmas lights and it felt more community, more yeah.
More close to each other. That's what I always think now. I think community is important and supporting each other. That when you're young, you don't think because you're moving quick, you're moving fast, and you don't see it.
Forget about it.
Now, when you start getting age, that's important. You know, when you support community, you're supporting yourself. Because at the end of the day, I've seen it happening when COVID, and I've seen how important it is to have a good neighbor.
Yes.
Let's say
Yes.
it was a crisis with the toilet paper. Um, I helped. I give toilet paper because I have more than
You did.
yeah. So I give it to my neighbor. Or
Our neighbour, our builder fell off our roof on Saturday. He was doing some work at our house and he fell off our roof. Our neighbour's a doctor. I went to the house. We had to call the ambulance and whatnot, but he's a doctor. He came and helped him. Like and I know him. I look after his house when he goes away. Like you've got a sense of we're not best friends, but I know him, kind of thing. And that's what I like about where we live at the moment in New Zealand is a real sense of we would look after each other. Just little things, but it's yeah.
those little things, it makes a big difference.
Yep.
That's what I like on this side. And the south you go we see if you go south, like I say Wollongong, that's where you get the real deal. That's where you can get in extremes. That is goes but it's bigger, more people. Like I say always, more people, more problems.
Yes.
Not that it's bad, but
Pros and cons.
yeah. Because if you look into the positive all the time, it's toxic. I think if looking into too good, it becomes toxic. They call toxic positivity that everything is good, But it's to create that balance of looking into what is bad too, so we can fix it. That's the important thing of feedback too and communication. When a big cities, no one communicates, so you surround by people where you feel alone because you can't communicate. And we're social creatures.
It's isolating.
Yeah. It's straightforward.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so anywhere here is perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you have a good day.
Yes. Nice day always.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice day. Be grateful.
Oh, it's just there. Yeah. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. How cute is this, eh?
It's all nice. All these areas are really.
Oh, I just think little kids walking to school is always cute.
Yeah.
Their backpacks are twice the size of them.
Remember all the books and everything.
Yeah, I remember that too. Amazing. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. Thank you for the talk.
No, you too. Have an awesome day.
People don't like to talk.
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much.
Hope you have a great time.
I will.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, you too. Merry Christmas. See you later.
See ya.
Thank you.
Thank you. This area is cool. Tell me that is not cool. Feels so free. Feels feel like racing. You don't feel just free. You can turn around without making a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Buy this house. How much? How much for it? Kalimba. Gotta love South. South Sydney. Yo, let's try to do that. Wow, that's pretty cool. Nice. Morning, Kate. How are you? Very well, thank you. To Bay Central. It's an exit in this road. Hopefully we'll be there in 10 minutes. Yeah. Pretty good, thank you. Your morning going to work? Yeah. That's nice. How you find Uber pool? The Uber pool, the service pool, is it? Do you get sometimes more people on the way, or?
Sometimes we pick up with one person. When it's like coming back from the train station, it's usually
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely more traffic. Now it's pretty good. It's just the school zones. School is not as busy driving. It's such a nice neighborhood. I like it. See a lot of Christmas things. Nice. Let me know if it gets too cold. I hope I can change it.
Miter added. Rerouting.
It's right at the end, right? It's telling me to go on pickups. So you're right. You always get a second one. And it's 3 people now. Wow. Sure. Anywhere. Thank you. Have a great day. It's crazy. Crazy work. $10 an hour, is it? This one was free. I refound it for $3, bro. What are you gonna do with $3? You can keep them. Oh, yours. This is a public transport, like public service. Definitely public service and stuff. Because I'm paying to do this, really. It's pretty crazy. Not doing more free ones, okay? Only one. Or keep working hard. Well, we might call it a day, right? Pretty tired. Well, let's ask the boss. Call it a day. Who's the boss? Mayday, Mayday. Can you hear me? Houston, we have a problem. Can you hear me? Dude, why my microphone never works? Try again. One, two, 1, 2. Why is my internet like that? Is this the Twilight Zone too? Oh my god, it closed the channel. Wasn't my fault then, was it? No, it's not. It's just my internet. How is that possible? Guess we try again. Breako. Copy that. Breako. Copy. Hey, first time listener, long time speaker. Should we call it a day?